Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. That was the Endwalker theme, Footfalls. It's really good. I was listening to it on repeat over and over yesterday. It's so good. Welcome Tag, welcome Walkin'. Walking on the sun, more like walking on the moon, ha ha. Sorry. Welcome Kalishtar. Oh, I'm so excited to start Endwalker. Hey Blazing. A lot of good music. Ah, awesome. A lot of good stuff to look forward to then. Yep, I'm finally here. Today we're starting the hot new game, Endwalker. For those watching the VOD sometime in the future, Elden Ring just came out like yesterday, so everyone's playing it. It looks really good. But I'm playing Endwalker. Okay, so before we start, we're gonna go watch all the cinematics. It's a fun little journey to lead us into Endwalker. I believe they put the 1.0 cinematic on the website, so... Oh, on their YouTube, sorry. Yeah, they did. Let's watch the 1.0 cinematic as well. Managed to keep a lid on a lot of surprises. Ooh, that's exciting. Let's turn this off for now. We'll go watch cinematics on the YouTube, which most of the cinematics I can watch in-game as well, but they have different audio mixing on the YouTube channel, and I find it easier to pick out the dialogue. Not sure why. Maybe there's something weird with my audio settings on my game. Alright, so this is the original 1.0. Resize that. There we go. Not sure if we've watched this on stream before. Benchmark trailer. Ooh, I don't think I've seen that one. A Monster Hunter cinematic? Yeah, actually. He's so young. Oh, is this the Japanese version? Hang on. There were two versions, so I guess the other one's the English one.
Very well.
Ah, no, he said very well. I didn't understand him. Yeah, it is very Monster Hunter, isn't it? They're getting together at the Hunter Guild.
How long must we wait? I grow weary of the company.
The feeling, my dear, is mutual.
Aha! What do we have here? No job is too daunting as long as the coin is good.
Bah, you'd sell your own mother if the coin was good.
My father, too. Now quiet down and help me decide.
I've no particular preference.
And why does that not surprise me?
He's so young.
Choose as you will, Midlander.
This beast's
Our
in a
fate
frenzy the likes I've never seen!
Look out! He's right on top of us!
Move, lass, move!
I believe these are like leave quests, which the game was really focused on back then. They don't really do that anymore though. Just jobs to do. Hey, Sana2K, welcome. Yes, there are a lot of Elden Ring streams, isn't there? I mean, it's cool seeing the characters that Ardbert's group was based off of. Yep, he was an archer back in 1.0. Right in the mouth. It's still alive somehow. But the flying sticks that the Empire used were so weird. Yeah, bloody more bowls. Ooh. The original flagship. Dragon dead! Ooh. I didn't notice that detail before. Ifrit and Titan. That's weird. Anyway.
From his reverie.
So nice of you to join us again.
Well, don't keep us in suspense.
This one. We'll start with this one.
Ah, he speaks.
Can we go now? Let us give the bard something to sing.
He does speak, yeah. Did he speak in any of the other? That's pretty good. No? Huh. Interesting. I'm just thinking about where we saw Ifrit and Titan. Were they like kept captive on the flagship or something? Anyway, Realm Reborn. That's probably on this channel as well. Realm Reborn. A reverse Jack. Does Jack speak a lot in Jack and Daxter? Okay, is this the whole thing? Yep. Cool. These are long cinematics, but they're really good. I'm glad there's still a company out there that does fantastic cinematics for their games. I miss the days when the Blizzard cinematics were amazing. Yeah, this is still one of my favourites. Realm Reborn. And the song answers, oh. Silent in the first game, tons of lines in the second onward. Ah, interesting. Huh. Didn't know that. Shooting stars! Yeah, that's true.
To all of my children.
I did see spirits within at one point, but it was a long time ago. I didn't really know what was going on in it. Oh, definitely a 10. The ruby weapon fight, just wow. It was amazing. I did not expect any of that. .0. Now we're a warrior. Well, canonically. How's the volume? Does it sound good? Yeah, this song's amazing. Oh. It's sung by Heidelin, I believe. Sid, he's so young. Hey Furiora. Wow, they named a storm Virgil. That's amazing. That's incredible, thank you. God, Bahamut is so awesome. We swear. Oh, we saw the symbol of the one of the 12 when he did that. Hey Mia, welcome. And that whole section, I think that's what they showed when they originally shut down the 1.0 servers. When the world ended, that then they everyone was forced to log out, and they showed that cinematic up till that point. And then it was Realm Reborn coming soon. Just what an amazing way to turn the game around. I guess that section is more of like a bridge between 1.0 and 2.0, and then this is 2.0 intro. I forgot we got to see so many scions in CG here. It's really nice. Ah, no worries, Mia. Hope you have a good sleep. Hold on. Behemoth. Crystal Tower. Yep, that was Thancred. I love how much they've changed Thancred over the years. His character arc. It's so good. It's hard not to see these characters as Ardbert's group now. The answers part of that was just amazing. Still gives me goosebumps. Okay, Heavensward 3.0. Is this the full thing? No, this doesn't look like it. Hang on. Road to success is paved with stones of failures, yeah. Heavensward. Well, I guess that is the full thing. Heavensward. I have a little spoiler warning. Yeah, I watched Advent Children and I had no idea what was going on because I'm not familiar with FF7. That was a while ago though, so. Footsteps in the snow. We go from this to footsteps on the moon. It's wild. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. It really did feel like Lolorito was supposed to be a big villain. It's a shame they changed those plans, because it makes so much feel unresolved in regards to Lolorito. Dragons! Well, I'm glad we ended up keeping Nanamo. I would have liked to properly deal with Lolorito, though. Yeah, I really like Nanamo. He's great. Sid! Dragoons are so cool. Very cool. The only thing that one's missing is a CGI Emmerich. How long do I have to wait for CG Emmerich? Now, Stormblood. Such is the fate of the Warrior of Light. Yep. Our work is never done. The Stormblood trailer's a fair bit shorter than the other ones. Looks like that's a full thing, though. Did that say Square Enix? I never actually realised what those letters said before. That's funny. Please. I love that they worked that fight into the story at one point. A little sparring session we had at one point. It was cool. I love the big sweeping shots they do of the map. Show the different places. It's gorgeous. And how they bring it back for Endwalker to show where we're going. Really cool. I didn't notice that that thing that falls down in the foreground catches fire somehow. It's so funny. Oh, it's a lantern. Oh, I see. Okay. That's still funny. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to learning more about the 12. That's going to be awesome. Yukiri Gasetsu! Birdie. Ah, the evolution of all the dragon types. Interesting. That sounds cool. I'll have to look at that once I'm done with Endwalker. Just in case it's spoilery about some Endwalker characters. Yeah, that sounds cool. Shadowbringers! Ah, I love the Shadowbringers trailer so much. I've watched it so many times. Different evolution lines. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out.
years have come and gone since that day. How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called the Warrior of Light.
Yeah, the Realm, Reborn, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker ones are my favourites. It's hard to pick a favourite between the three of them, though. They're all amazing. I love how he goes through all the classes from the previous expansions.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
I'm really glad when they include the characters in the CG movie. We get to see the different scions, it's great. They're just missing the twins in this one.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Minfilia.
Yeah, that was the Gunbreaker reveal. Ah, it's such a good reveal. So good. And Densa. And it's self-portrayed as a gremlin. A literal gremlin. Great.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten.
So cool.
Become the warrior of darkness.
I love that visual of the sky changing colours. Oh, it's so good. No Hrothgar focus. Aw. Ah, so good. Yeah, Warrior of Light just looks more grizzled every expansion. That's great. And finally... Oh, thank you, Furiora. Ah. That's cool. Baby dragon. Ambulate for ambulation or for flight. And that's a standard one. For an elder dragon. Okay, that's cool. Verge dragon. Ooh, don't know if we've seen many of those. Yeah. Carapace dragon. Falak. Ooh, that's cool. Thank you. It's really cool how they've sharded that out. Yeah, same here, Tag. Heavenswood and Shadowbringers are my favourites so far. Ah, the Shadowbringers song is so good. But the Endwalker one, it's also pretty amazing. It revisits different themes from the previous expansion's themes. It's it's really cool the way they do that. 1440p. I like how the silhouette looks like an ancient there.
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its lands rent by tooth and claw.
I love that Emmett Silk's a narrator. It's so perfect. It just fits. Sage! Pew pew pew!
Are you alright?
I can look after myself, you know.
And I've had enough of this rot. Come on!
I love CG twins. They're so cute. I love them.
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel. And yet... there were those who stood in defiance of that fate.
The hour is come, Vritra. It's all or nothing.
New dragon. The transitions in this trailer are so good between the scenes. The launch trailer. Oh, I watched a bit of it. It seemed to show a bit more than I wanted it to, though. It showed a lot of in-game stuff. So I might just dive into Endwalker after this, I reckon.
Stage is set, but will our heroes deign to play their part?
That transition, that's so good.
You took your time.
'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
The end draweth nigh. Oh, can't wait to see what Thavnir is like. And I think this is my favourite part of the song.
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
Oh, the sweeping shots, the library, so good.
So, Sharlayan would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
I love that Cat Lad is just in the restricted section of the library behind like 5 locks. I didn't like CG Graha at first. There was something a little off about him, but I'm getting used to him now.
Past the far edge of fate. Green blades dark and light. Tolling the coming of the end.
That's so cool. Just fighting nightmarish horrors on the moon. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, Fortunaut, what a douchebag. Oh, I was concerned he was going to be a douchebag when we eventually met him, but yep. Ugh, he sucks. Yeah, I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry. All right, should I start Endwalker now, or should I watch? What was the other one people mentioned? The benchmark trailer? Yeah, the launch trailer has it shows a lot, I think. How much does the benchmark trailer show? Your kids are mine now. Yep. I will adopt them. I've adopted them. I will care for them. Entirely non-canon. Ah, okay, cool. Let's check it out. Haven't seen this one yet. Then we'll start Endwalker. Oh my god. Yep, the actual tool you could put your own character. Nice. Official benchmark. Alfie. Oh, I like this music. Hi. Reading a book. Yeah. An average day of FF14. That grid. Boom! Ah! Dragoon's so cool. I'm so glad we finally got Estinian to join the team officially. Please! Oh. Oh. That thing reminds me of Omega. AV prisoner. Yeah, Tataru strong-armed him. And Kryl. They did a good job making him join. Dragon. Yeah, he agreed to actually join us. He's officially a Scion. So we got 2 awesome new Scions now. Elephants! Flying shark. What was the name of the new Asian? Fendaniel? Yeah, I really appreciate that he's totally different in motives to the other Asians. That the responsible ones are gone and he's just like, let's just do whatever, he's just breaking open the cupboard, helping himself to all their weapons. Don't you touch Alizé, I'll kill you. Jerk. That was cool. I want to play. I'm going to play now. Let's play. Let's play video game. Yeah, I'd really appreciate that the new villain, he's someone that the previous ones would just loathe. I feel like Emmett Silk is like barracking for us to kick his ass. Hey, Sabrosian. Welcome. Good to see ya. I also love that you can just look at the previous title screens. That's cool. I wish it would stick on the last one you picked. I like the Heavensward title screen. It's nice. Time to end my walk. Yes. I have already fed Cleo. So we can just start. Endwalker. Time to find out they're doing emergency maintenance or something. Oh, here we go. Sunder him further. Yes. Yes. Yeah, Emmett Silk would be rolling in his grave if he knew what this Findaniel was doing. Got to kick his butt. Yes, I decided I was going to go warrior for Endwalker. Since Ardbert is a part of us. Gonna play our inner Ardbert. Modona! Warrior pride. It is tempting for Paladin after that trailer, but I haven't finished leveling Paladin, so... Paladin 74. And I don't enjoy it as much as Warrior anyway, so... we'll go Warrior. MSQ faster. Alright, I'll skip cutscenes so I can finish it quicker. Hoorah! I was wondering if Alizé was going to swap classes. I think she'd be cool as a tank, since she wants to protect people more. But she's also cool as a red mage, so that's fine, her staying red mage. Gaha! Stinkian. A nation populated entirely by bookish types like Alphino is not a place that appeals to me. The hell queues, yeah. Throw close the gates, we're full. The next ship to sail. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. Melchan, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite, and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. New music. Just updating the stream title. Starting Endwalker. Save. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organisation known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yeah, so Arenvold survived, but he's in a wheelchair now. He might never walk again. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fendaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Don't call him that. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered. With nary a word spoken did they labour to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. Warlock, my dear friend, no! An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Folchenol's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Cryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalised. You're to head to Limsolaminsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Bardesian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. One of the tunes I heard from the Job Actions trailer. This track's amazing. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. Ahem. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Thanks to Taru. Not sure if the twins are going to be welcome there, sadly. Yeah, last time we met their father and their father officially disowned them. He sucks. Safe journeys, and please do be careful. I wonder what their mother has to say about that. It seems like they're on better terms with their mother. Anyone left in here before I go? Nope. Right. Let's go on to Sharlayan. Dad for Noah's a turd. Yep. He sucks. He sucks. Paid him. My guess is it's a whole political thing. He's just trying to protect his own reputation. Everyone! What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose. But I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It is a rare experience for most Ishgardians. Oh, they're actually talking. Yeah, last time Graha, when he first met Estinian, he fanboyed over him. And then he wanted to share tales with him to get to know him over a drink. And Estinian was like, nah. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the indigo deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsala Minsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. My luggage is in my inventory. Archon bread. Oh god, I forgot about Archon bread. Hey, it's the Admiral lady from the road quests.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Business or pleasure? Combat.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
And then Thancred tried to mug him. Thancred was a kid at the time, though.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Yep.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Well, there's some short stories on the website you can read. They're really good.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Please do.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Little Lord Alphino.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Aw, you want to come too?
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Or that, I guess.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. No sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I hope. Little son.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori Boulder! You have a voice!
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Hori Boulder.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Yeah, I love Hori Boulder.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Gremlin!
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Thanks, Gremlin.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Ah, I love that he's the narrator. Best narrator.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Oh, there's a dragon in the way. Yeah, I love they found a way to bring his VA back.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
Cute twins. Yeah, this version of Answers is so creepy.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Heidelin? And trust your words no longer. But why now?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
Oh, this version of Answers. Oh my god, it's beautiful.
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Promise.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I'm having a moment.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Incredibly cryptic, as is normal. Yep. Friends.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Oh, yeah, they are. I was wondering where the other nerds were.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Aww.
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I already adore the music of this expansion. for the second choice, it's something along the lines of, oh, understandable. Ah, okay. I was wondering. Endwalker. Moon! So welcome, Yamaret. Welcome to the stream. 10 scions now.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
We'll see about that. Northern Empty.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Paperwork. We're already talking about paperwork.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Here. It might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Bureaucracy savage.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
Are they allowed to use that name anymore?
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
Thanks for your advice.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Probably shouldn't say I'm the warrior of light, huh? Adventurer by trade. Artisan. Champion of Eorzea. That's... I kind of want to click that. Artisan. Adventurer by trade. I'm the champion of Eorzea. Rawr, I'm warrior.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Thanks, Graha.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it. Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
You call yourself an adventurer, she just scowls at you. That's great. Well, I guess she doesn't know I'm the warrior of light.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Valino? Huh. So he has another surname. Not just Wormblood.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me.
Dial up noises. If you pick artisan, she talks to you with some respect. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I really like Graha's whole fanboy mode. It's great.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Shut up. You suck.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Ah, thank you, Subrosia. You're also blue skin Zayla girl? Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I really like being a Zayla.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
And blue's my favourite colour, so... got blue hair and blue. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we really should let Cryo have her say first. We can continue this conversation at another time. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm fine. Honestly, better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry, after all. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Melchan. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavours. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Melchan. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Oh, you never know. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Cute Justice, excuse me. Old Sharlayan, new to you. Cryle sweeps the scions with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Melchan and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda, so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey, and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Leviura estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighbourhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Where are you going, weird uncle? I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Alright, don't get in trouble. but I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Mo-chan, Sharlayan awaits. Armor colour seems a bit off. You think I should make the armor blue as well? Yeah, I've made my armor is my partner's favourite shade of green because his favourite class is warrior. So my warrior glam is kind of like a homage to Steve, my partner. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Grahatir is now accompanying you. Yo! You can leave him behind. I don't want to do that. Got myself a cat lad shadow. Do not forget Mistress Cryle, our worthy guide. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Cryle is also accompanying you. Cool. Conversation points. Yes, conversations. Collect them all. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. I'm grateful to have Cryle's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. Scholar's Harbour. Make it greener. Yeah, he requires solitude. Brianjay off to fabricate a bunch of lies. Oh, I hope he doesn't do that again. Summoning bell, nice. The merchants here are so stuffy and stubborn. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds like Sharlayan. Conversation! With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day when your name is celebrated in Sharlayan, the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely, large quantities of books, specimens and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Gathering and crafting. Leave meats. Oh, are those, Oh, I've forgotten what they're called, the little automatas. Guild ship hunts. Labyrinthos. Mammoths, there we go. Mammoths. Yeah, Kroll's wearing a cat hood, yep. Right, yeah. That's a good idea, I'll do that. Why not Graha? Now I have 3 kitties. Pretty cool hub town. Yeah, I like the vibe of this place. Here we go. I am Wameme, an occasional lecturer at the Studium. I specialise in natural geography, including the history of the world's topography and climate transitions. I like to come here for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason I'm asked for directions rather often. So I decided, why not act as a guide? What is this place? Sharlayan is the city of knowledge. Once a humble settlement founded by Archon Nympkrepf and the refugees he rescued from the great flood of the 6th Umbral Calamity, it has since flourished into the grand metropolis you see today. Prior to the Great Exodus, it was common among Eorzeans to refer to our Dravanian colony with the shorthand Sharlayan, which resulted in the colonists unofficially dubbing our homeland Old Sharlayan, or the Old World. Alas, the name appears to have stuck. But old or new, we continue seeking knowledge from all over the world to record in the Bibliotheca Historica, among other collections of invaluable wisdom. Giant statue. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Vow, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. There's the destination. Just want to see if there's any other spots I can talk to them. Go on a little adventure. Where's all that water coming from? Cool. Just missing its Tola, yes. Oh, I don't see any other spots yet. The last stand. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the Studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. That's great. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish? We should all stop in when time permits, and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetherite Plaza. Oh, I was kind of hoping we'd get a burger. Want a burger? The students of Baldesian would send us to investigate phenomena in locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin, and any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Food was the least of my concerns, though now, having lived through some rather harrowing times, I've learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill. He spent all his money on books. Anyone relate to that? The only bastion of fine dining in Sharlayan. I love the name of this place. Alright, going up here. Relate to that, yep. Now you buy board games instead. Very good. Board games are cool. So are books. More crates than usual. That's probably not ominous or anything. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. This is a really cool way to do a new city tour. I like this. Oh, well, I should do that too. And I love the look of the aetherite. Oh, it's cool. That nice spiral shape. Oh, the markets. I always did look forward to seeing what new wares they had on offer. You mean books? You've attuned yourself to the aetherite? Then let's continue on to the Agora. Archon's design. Ooh. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. Yeah, I can relate. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember your way here. Oh, Basildair, one of the foremost scholars, comparative mythology. Sounds like a fun field. Labyrinthos is host to numerous research facilities. Yeah, I'm not reading out all the side dialogue just so my voice can actually have a rest this time. Go on here? No. How about this one? College textbooks aren't cool. Yeah. Yep. Fully agree. Ooh. Ooh. It's a cool floaty crystal you got. Can I have one? Here for the testing. Nope. Waiting on test subjects. Ugh. I don't want to be a test subject. The Far East's Ten Conto. Love the vibe of this music. Common occupation for Warriors of Light. Test subjects. Oh, there's an aetherite. Well, we're probably going to go over there later in the tour. Markets. Bookstalls! Books! Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Books. That was good. Full plate armoire. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Overselling it. Yeah. Gemstones. Ah, they got the gemstone thing here. Cool. More books! Oh, the Livier estate. Oh, we'll go up here first. Ah, no worries. Have a good night, Yamarant. And thank you for watching. Yeah, I'm so excited to see what else Endwalker has to offer. Sweet scent of flowers. Like the roller coaster. Nice. Oh there, Melchan. Surprised I don't know your name? Well, you shouldn't be. You're practically a living legend. Hi. Water features. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Vow were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the Great Flood, which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilising water as a decorative feature in our architecture. It's cool. Yeah, Thaliak is also my character's chosen deity. Thaliak the Scholar. In tribute to water spirits known as the Nymphi. Water spirits. Interesting. Lost to sea, yeah. Oh. I still can't believe I'm finally here at Endwalker. Yeah, our character doesn't get reimbursed for travel costs. Rude. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I could almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Concludes? Okay. We're not going over to this area? Do you not feel the cold? Granted, it is not terribly chilly for these northern climes, but compared to the temperate weather of Limsa Lominsa. The district of Journey's End occupies the eastern block of the city, so all we need to do is take the stairs down from the rostra, and keep heading east, of course. A tour. Oh. I really like the layout of this room. The lovely swirl design. Cool. A shame that the people in there suck. What have we got down here? Oh, chocobo border. A lift. The lift is presently out of service. Rude. Not allowed to use that yet. The Hall of Artifice. Should you be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, the lift here will take you there. That sounds cool. I want to go to Labyrinthos, whatever that is. Yeah, I love the architecture here. It's so nice. Well, our tour didn't take us over here, so I'm going to go check it out myself. Because there's aetherites there to collect. I want them all. I can see why people were asking for Sharlayan housing. Your book is floating. Ah, man, I wish I could do that. Make the book float so I don't have to frickin' hold it up. Oh, that'll be such a quality of life thing. A bug at the beginning of Endwalker caused Grahatir to walk up into the sky. That's great. His people need him. Oh, already went to the confluence. Ooh. Kral's like, are you lost? Valdesian Annex. Ah, I see. This is where we're gonna meet up, I think. So they probably were gonna bring me here. I want to finish looking around here though. First. Tranquility. Ah, they even got a cool park area. The Studium is home to all manner of debate. The scion of House Levior, who graduated quite a while ago, claimed the most wins and has yet to be dethroned. Is that Alphino? Cool. But yeah, they have a whole place for debate. That kind of reminds me of that there was a place in Amarot that was focused to just debating. Kind of cool. Do you mind? I need to submit a written report on this book, and I've barely even scratched the cover. Sorry. Others, like myself, lose themselves in soundless meditation until they are rudely torn from their reveries by nosy adventurers with nothing to say. University, college, city-state. Ah, yep, that's, yeah, understandable. The tale of the pauper who became king has been passed down for generations through Ilsabard. The possibility that this Evilise actually exists. No, I'm not here for your lecture, sorry. Already did that raid series. There's the other Aetheryte here. Yeah, I love when they call you out for not talking. It's great. The Wandering Minstrel. Yep. I'm very familiar with him. Oh, shame there's no talking points around here. Trying to see if I can trick them to walking into the water. Oh, Phenomenon. That's a cool name. A multi-purpose facility used by lecturers and craftsmen. Ah. So many people here. Hope I can find someone who can help soon. Sorry, I haven't unlocked side quests here yet. Craftsman for the professor. Sharlayan must be spared. Oh, okay. Well, if only he were around to help me. Oh, a Liopo. Finding a worthy gleaner is proving tougher than I thought. Gleaner. Books. If my friend doesn't turn up soon, we'll be late for the lecture. He'd have been here 2 bells early if it were one of Professor Mikoto's classes. Classroom. And I love this university building. Ah, it's cool. Oh, yeah, no, we know Mikoto, don't we? Yeah, it's her. Ethereal conductivity. Yeah, I know about that. I made relics. Researching prophecies. Master Louis Soir. Yeah. You should research Louis Soir. He was a good dude. My princess, my queen! So as long as I can continue my research with you, I'm in bliss. Yep, talk to you. Ooh. Maker's meat. Ooh, look at the forge. That's cool. Bread. Oh god, no, is that fish bread? No thanks. No worries. Thank you, Kalishtar. Yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoy the VOD. And have a good night. No more. Okay, we'll debate with you for a bit. No thanks. I'm just seeing the sights. Alright, let's actually go over here. To Journey's End. And I don't think I can use an Aetherite because I will lose my followers, so we'll just run. And I will drink water. Aetherite. Catch them all. Can I go in here? Nope. Gimme. Need more conversation points. House. My mother told me never to talk to strangers, so I'm ignoring you. See? This is me paying you no mind at all. Gimme. I think that's all of them. Yeah, all the Aethernet shards. Nice. This neighbourhood is home to the highest echelons of Sharlayan society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Numkremph built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levior. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza? Correct. After you, Melchan. Ah, they are still following me. Cool. Have I tired you out with all this walking? Not to worry, I had rooms prepared for you at the Annex. Just follow the path to the west side of the Aetherite, and we'll be there in no time. Ah, the good old Annex. I used to bunk there whenever I had business in the city proper. Like the time I came to submit my thesis for my Archon qualification. I'm totally going to go in here if I'm allowed to. Jesus, yeah, their house is big. Hello. This is the estate of House Levior. If you do not have an appointment, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. Alright, what's your job? You just standing there? Ah. And boss music starts playing. That would be hilarious. Triple Dryad. My lady, you would play a round of cards with this humble servant? Oh my, I feel honoured. However, it is with great regret that I must decline your offer. I am presently attending to my mistress. Please accept my sincerest apologies. It is my honour and pleasure both to serve Lady Ameliance. There is no more beautiful, more kind-hearted person in the realm, and I am happy to attend to her every need. Wonder if that's their mother. Is a horrid cheater? Oh god. There are a lot of NPC cheaters, aren't there? Who'd use a bunch of 5-star cards at once. Ooh. You can go out on the balcony. Alright, well, the douchebag father doesn't seem to be home at the moment. Crunch. Alright. Go finish our tour. Yeah, that's a nice balcony. That'd be great for RPing and G-pose photos and such. I wonder how much thought they... Whoa, that's a cliff. I wonder how much thought they put into, I've got a spot here now. They put into putting in areas solely for G-poses and RPing. Right, we cross the bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path, and be careful not to end up back in the Aetherite Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Can you go up here? Ah, that's just the back part of the market area. Cat pot drawer. Yep. I'm pretty sure I bought some. Thank you for the reminder, Bard. is a specific instance for GPO's purposes. Ah, okay. Interesting. Here we are. See if I can see any discussion points in the distance. No? Okay. We are here. This is it, the Baldesian Annex. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Melchan and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Melchan. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika's Sunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ojika? Oh, I thought he looked like that jerk. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. Calling me out that I haven't finished Eureka. I'll do it at some point. It's kind of quiet. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we were engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organisation is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research, or exhausted from journeys abroad, that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Graha is a big napper. Yeah, I love when they have character flags for what we've done. Yeah, there's so many great little details. Welcome back, Melchan. Ready for a nap? Oh, it's my in-room. As Graha explained, the Andron's rooms were furnished for folks needing a break from all-night research, or recently returned from expeditions. The students are used to seeing those walls plastered with articles and diagrams and personal messages, but I imagine it's quite a surprise for our newer guests. Why not take them down, you ask? Well, it's often the same people who stay in these chambers, after all. And besides, when I see old notes written by friends who've since passed, it's comforting in a way, as if they're still here with us. Aww. Oh, and just to be clear, these are properly appointed bedrooms. Any mention of naps is not meant to dissuade you from getting a full night's sleep. Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Bardesian and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Passive-aggressive sticky notes, yeah. Very good. Alright, I think I'm going to take a quick break. Quick little bathroom break. Shouldn't be too long, only like 5 minutes or so. I can listen to this really good music. And I shall be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Back to Sharlayan. Let's check out the new inn room. Thank you, Sabrosian. Oh, that is a lot of notes. Ooh. Cool artwork of Ifrit. Hermeth. I wish you could actually read all the notes. That'd be cool. Alright. The main hall. Ooh. Even more cool stuff. Moogles. Aww. It's the Moogle legend. Great King Moggle. May he forever reign over his subjects. Ooh. One of the parts of Delamid. Cube. Okay, so there's Thavnir. It's between the two major continents. Where's Sharlayan's up here? Cool. Ah, thank you, Tag. Lots of cool details in here. Garuda. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
The change which has come over Sharlayan?
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Louisois!
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner.
Nadana.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
It me.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
The dads reunited again. You want those maps? Maybe we can find some nice high quality versions of them. No worries, Sabrosian. Thank you very much for watching. And thank you. Not sure how much longer I'll go today. I am getting quite hungry. But I want to do more Endwalker.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
I kind of want to keep following up on stuff here in Sharlayan first, rather than going to a whole new area as well and being overwhelmed again. Horse chestnut chest gear coffer. A wooden chest containing a piece of attire, and possibly some chestnuts if you're lucky. Horses, however, are out of the question. Horse! Yeah, I feel like I've only just settled in here in Sharlayan, so I want to continue going with Sharlayan stuff. Talk to you fellas though. Though I have read much on the subject of Radzatan, this visit shall be my first. 'Twill be interesting to see how the Hunnish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavner. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Well, we can take your clothes shopping. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. All 99 of them. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Hitting the box. I wonder if we can get more dialogue out of you? No? Okay. hitting the box. Literally? Cryle is intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behaviour. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Bum 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 ba ba da bum. I'll just run. Enjoy the woods. Oh, I've got side quests here now. Blue quest. Blue quest. Numenon. Oh, I don't think I went in this building before. Well, we're gonna go in there now. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or forum policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there, once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Box. Book, 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 book. Oh my god. I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Moonbreeder. But it's difficult to find any one tome in a library of this size. Reference page. We apologise for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Oh, were you looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check out forbidden tomes, but if there is anything else you require, simply say the word. Look at all these books. Ah, it's cool. How far down it goes. Bright book. The story of Sharlayan. Sure. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rugadin man by the name of Nunkrepf. Nunkrepf was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkrepf's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrepf wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safely atop Abelathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkrepf gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island, and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time, it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Red-covered book. Roads of Old, The Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found their facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumours spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students, hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognise what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum. Okay. It's still interesting though. Books, books, books. Books, books, books. Give me the books. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nation-wide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. There was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift, almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. It was interesting though. Stars are cool. The Calamity of Fire. Books. So many books. Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherological, and arcane viewpoint. Stewards of Wisdom. That sounds like that might be the correct one. I want to read all the wrong ones first before I finish. Oh, is that actually all of them? Okay, that's actually all of them. Ishtola has read that book, a running joke in supplemental material, which is very clearly fudging her age. Oh, that's great. That is funny. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Newcrumpf, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their saviour, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds, rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth or expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a better star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. A fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Do they even have a military? Any kind of military might to fight the Garleans? Doesn't sound like they do. Alright, I did some reading. Now I wait. Right then, with books. Yeah, oh, a nation in the middle of the ocean. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like they're relying more on just being out in the middle of nowhere. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kyle should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship, brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. Okay, so the Fifth Calamity was ice-based. Interesting. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favour of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alag. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldesian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the foreign stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Mel-chan. More company should be arriving any moment now. Aww. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behaviour. What else do I know of Corvus? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Gala first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their Imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Got flying carpets! Oh my god. That's cool. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Cryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine! A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyse. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Yeah, that one. Alpha, no, you can answer this one. It was a keening sound. Ah, yes, the Amarotines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summon... It's like a quiz. They summoned Zodiac, they summoned Hydaelyn. They knocked Dalamud from the sky. They summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Venat. I've forgotten the name of her. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? An elegant conspiracy. Hey, Empress, welcome. Venar. Yeah, Venar. It's probably Venar. We should keep an eye out for Ishtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Yeah, where's Ishtola? Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. Flying carpets. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. And I will stand here and wait. Ishtola. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Geron oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counsellors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fulchernolt with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Give me a book. Book. I have all the kitties and kids, yeah! Collection of kitties and kids. You labour for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. I've found naught of interest so far. I think Ishtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Your efforts to gain Grahatia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Umbral Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. First Calamity. He's absorbed in his book. A seat at the last stand. Alizé appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break, Melchan? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Yes, coffee. Request accepted. Get a coffee. Blue quest. Blue quest. I'll go grab that quest while I'm here. Sounds like this is the sightseeing log upgrade. Which I just recently finished filling out the Shadowbringers one. Oh, you're not, went the wrong dock. Jump in the water. Nope. Rude. Hello, it's you again. Try not to cause trouble. I make 0 promises. Yeah, it is a pretty awkward shaped harbour. Hello. Sightseeing log. Yes. Upgrade my log. Your Endwalker entries. Thank you. Ooh, it's snowing. More stuff. I'll grab the hunt. Diminutive Gleaner. Hunt for specimens. And Mochan and Gura. Guild ship hunts. Yep, it's hunts. Gimme hunts. Hunts. Been reading too many books. Require blood. A relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative. Okay. Collect samples. Hunts. Junior hunts. Need to be higher level for other ones. That specimen came from the moon. In other words, I need to reach the moon for that one. Junior bills. Thank you. Alright, go have a coffee with daughter. Hi. Sorry, I had to go unlock some stuff. As busy as ever, I see. How very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alizé! Hey! She's accompanying me! Yes! Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak with us. Let's ask around. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait. You're that House Levieux girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumour. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologise. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Mo-chan. Well... So, yeah, love that someone was like, God, the food here sucks, I should drop out and make real food. Yelp. Did I not make myself clear? Away with you, and let me dine in peace. Jerk. Lots of jerks in Sharlayan. Definitely reminding me of when we first got to Ishgard. Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levieux. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fulcinol that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. I do not wish to give offence, but your companion is a well-known figure in the city, and you never know who might be watching. Well... Can we get you a disguise, maybe? Well, the customers have been decidedly uncooperative. Maybe the staff would be more willing to answer our questions. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, and then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levieux. No matter how discreet Master Fulcinol may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Deacon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? It's a good idea, yeah. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. It's cook served delicious now. We gotta prepare the food. Any troubles? Remember, the tea set goes to the group by the water. The omelette is for Gisla, a Highlander woman sitting outside with her friend. Last but not least, our famous lobster goes to the Mikote man seated directly behind those two ladies. I think you'll be better off if I stay here, out of sight. Find out what you can, and there'll be a hot cup of coffee waiting for you. Oh, thank you. You work here, don't you? I'm still waiting on that charming little tea set. Well, you're getting an omelette. Excuse me, I didn't order this. Where is my tea set? Tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talofa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. I always like to order this when I'm discussing arcane theory with my peers. It's my favourite treat. Gisla. Gods above, I'm starving. I've never known the service to be this slow. Lobster. Is this on the house? Because I'm not paying for oven-baked lobster I didn't order. Now, where's my omelette? Alright, have your omelette. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Talofaroi? Oh yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. No one here has any idea what's happening. The Last Stand really does make the best omelettes in the world. The fluffiest egg, the tartest sauce. I could eat it every day for a year. I'm fantastic at conversing, yep. I also love that we made zero attempt to make me look like a waitress. Here's your meal. Ugh. God, the glowing red eyes is so cool. Here's your meal. God, the anticipation. I've heard it melts in your mouth like the most succulent roast ever made. The oven-baked lobster? Urbane banter with a smile. You don't need to butter me up, you know. I've already ordered one of the most expensive things on the menu. Alright, have your lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although, that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It would be a busy time to be a cleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. I've wanted to try this meal ever since I saw it served at another table. Ah, the aroma alone was worth every gill I scraped together. I hope you and Mistress Alizé got what you needed. She must be fond of you, eh? I've never known her to bring anyone to the cafe before. Aww. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. I'm her new mum. Yeah. I'll look after her. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alphino, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Nothing suspicious there at all.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island.
Ooh.
Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the forum.
Mm-hmm.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Alright, let's check it out. A labyrinthine descent. Alizé is excited to share your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cuffs back. Bum, ba, bum. Can I just swim there? Okay. See if we can see Alizé around here. Well, don't think so. Well, if it isn't our serving staff's honorary member. If you ever grow tired of the whole adventuring thing, I'd be happy to offer you a job waiting tables. Thanks, but no thanks. Goblins! I love how even the mammoths around here look incredibly stuck up. Hi, how are things going? Still reading the book? Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? Yes, you did. Where is Alizé? I thought she was with you. My loyal assistant returns. There is a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you've found something, haven't you? Yeah, I love the gobby speak. Great. Welcome back, Mel-chan. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and the bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Mel-chan and Alizé learned at the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophori is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. What should we expect down there? Anything will be better than burying my head in another dusty book. I like books. What do we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Fine. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be of great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Have fun reading. Watch your step in Labyrinthos. It's rather more perilous than a simple storehouse, although that will likely make the experience all the more attractive to an adventurer like you. True. I should probably finish up the stream soon, but I would like to get to Labyrinthos and see what it looks like. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alizé and try not to fall behind. He sets off at a brisk walk. Bye. Gonna go hide behind a tree. The mission done. Everyone returns. Catler looks up from his book. What, done already? Yes. I'm expecting it to fail me. Alright, she's gonna wait for me. Alright, here I am. Now we run. Try to keep up. Cross this bridge. The rostra. Not far now. This elevator that I found. Get over here, you moron. Yeah. You probably saw my minion sitting next to the tree. She's like, oh, over here. Come over here. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. You didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra there, did you? I doubt the Forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. That sounds like fun to me. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. How did the Forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Got very ominous at the end there.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
Enthusiastically broken.
It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Did you call to me just now?
Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Heidelin talking to her, maybe? If it sounds like he's writing a story about the Warrior of Light. He does, actually, doesn't he? Oh, the music here is weird. Ooh. Big place. Alfie. Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. I don't know, should we be this open about our investigation? I feel like we're gonna upset the forum. Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Alright, they're being overworked. Those little devils are quick as sin and twice as hard to catch. I suppose I'd better start searching. Let me think. The rear seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snurtleberry 1060, or are they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Giribanian carrots? What then? Yeah, what then? Your exchange with Tiev has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Huh. So 2023 was Lenossian topsoil? Then 2024 was from Thanalan? Or the Shroud? Ooh, what a view. Hey, Stola. Oh, Nero, get off the balcony. Nero! Nay, I am not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age, and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is naught obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries, as usual. Vista. Go. Sightseeing log. Cryo. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in Labyrinthus. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Expansion, yeah. Of the video game. Taking stock in Labyrinthus. My poor aching back. Ever since the summons came from the guild ship, I've been hauling endless stacks of supplies. Books, or animals, you name it, I've moved it. Not looking forward to transporting all of this, but I am looking forward to a nice drink afterwards. Oh, a fresh face. That's a rare sight. How might I help you, newcomer? Simply put, my job here is to record and classify the Gleaner's acquisitions, but the work's anything but simple. We collect all manner of items here in Labyrinthos. Ancient scriptures, artifacts, rare specimens, you name it, odds are we have it. And all of that needs to be inspected. This is Upper Acrinthos, Labyrinthos' primary storage facility for materials delivered via the lift. Here we identify and sort said deliveries before they're sent on to the Archaon or another facility for safekeeping. You might say we're a service entrance for Labyrinthos. Any luck, Milchan? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? Notes concerning the massive inventory operation that is currently underway in Labyrinthos. Notes concerning the large quantities of cargo making its way in and out. And concerning exhausting work causing accidents, such as a Gleaner inadvertently freeing a pack of marmots. So this grand operation began without warning? And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. I don't know why they're sending stuff out. I mean, my guess is they know, or they think that the other continents are going to get wrecked by a calamity, and so they're just taking samples for knowledge. But I don't know why they would be sending stuff out. Glorified rat catcher. Carl appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Melchan, I have an idea. didn't one of the gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation? In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! What did my character kneel? Terribly sorry to disturb you. I need to submit this report of mine, and quickly. It's a bit overdue. Could you remind me of the approximate date the guild ship was enlisted to help facilitate this most recent operation? I should end the stream. Maybe just one more quest. Just one more. No, I really should end the stream. Nero just wants to enjoy the view. Yep. Yeah, it's a really interesting area. Yeah, we'll explore it next time. I should really have food. Oh, can I fall down? Oh, I could fall down. I don't want to. I still love this post-Moogle outfit. Very cute. Alright, I shall end the stream here. Very interesting first stream for Endwalker. Lots of mysteries. It's really nice finally going to Sharlayan. And I never dreamt of any place like this being below it. This is really cool. It's really interesting that they know something about the final days, but we don't know where they learnt it from or what they intend to do about it. I look forward to doing more. Alright, gonna find someone to raid. Who have we got streaming tonight? Lots of Elden Ring. Can I interest you in some Elden Ring? Or there's Juku, but Juku's been going for 8 hours, so I'm assuming that they're going to be ending soon, so I will send you to Willow, who's playing Elden Ring. So thank you all very much for watching, and I hope I can stream more of this really soon. Okay, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. See ya.